we are live. Welcome everyone. As you might know already, there has been a deck build box released into Duel Links today. We have a new Noodle Ninja deck, Fire type dragons, and a 0 attack point themed Gavin deck. There is no time to waste except for all the time in the world. But we are simply going to jump right into the King of Games ladder and see what we can find. As you can see, I have been testing out the noodles a little bit today, and we went on a 3-win streak. Welcome Potato, welcome Adam. Adam says, feel this is the most mediocre box Rush has released so far. So I am of two minds. On the one hand, if you are a new player, having a deck build box that gets you access to Dragias for much cheaper is definitely an incredible box for you. But if you are someone who's watching my videos, who's playing a lot, who is involved in the metagame, it is pretty disappointing, especially when we have more leaks in the app. A bunch of the skills that got leaked are not here, and the cards that they reference were not added in this box, which really makes me wonder, why is it like that? Why not just pair up the release with whatever mini box you are about to release in a couple of weeks? I feel like it would have been much kinder to our gem pools. But anyway. Oh, and thank you, Canner, for subscribing. I've mentioned it before, but when people subscribe, if you have a video concept that you would like to see, feel free to DM me over on Discord and I will try to make it happen. So we got to burn for 1,000 with extra spice. Then the skill added the fire arrow back into our hand. And hopefully that is going to be good enough to clear this board. Alright, fire arrow does clear, and we are set for next turn with a spice plus seal array. My first impressions. I think the fire type dragon deck should be good. It is really similar to aggro, except it gets to search out its Hammer Crush equivalent straight from the deck. I think the Noodle deck is going to be good as long as you aren't running into a ton of shield and sword players. And then the Gavin deck is probably the weakest of them all, unfortunately. Carrie GRT says, how can I join competitions? There are several big tournament series for Duel Links. So if you want to join my events, which are hosted every Friday, you'll want to join the Rush Duel Links Discord server. I will send you that link in a moment. If you want to play in a bigger event, Grand Harrier is probably the one for you. And I will also send you a link to them in a moment. Once I finish this game, we have more than enough to lethal on board. But I'm just making sure whatever their face down card is will not stop us. Swing in with Spice and finish this with Fire Yarrow. And Noodles are now on a 4-game win streak. Seems pretty solid. I'll send them a nice save the replay and move on to the next game. And while we queue, I will go ahead and send over the Discord links so anyone who is interested in tournaments can participate. So Q. Then we go here. About... And then I need to send a link to Harrier's server as well. Okay, and I do see there are new chat messages, but I want to make sure I play out my turn properly. Looks like there isn't too much going on though, as I'm obviously keeping a set up Pikachu for next turn. Pass it over. Adam is saying, do you run the new noodle art? No, and I'm actually not running the old one either. I was considering Roastery, or whatever the old one was. That gives you attack points. But I think the Talismanic Seal Ray is just a little bit more consistent. And as for your other comment, I do agree Shock Dragon plus Dragius is an incredible board. They have a ton of back row and Destroy My Widespread Ruin. We unfortunately still do not find any boss monsters. So I think we just have to summon the Arching Soldier. Throw down this and pass it over after trying to swing over this Nessus. So for the Fire Dragon deck, I am thinking I am going to be playing one Dragius, one Shock Dragon, and one Phoenix. All three are incredible cards. And welcome Axel, new Rush Duel meta. I am not entirely sure about that. I do think the Noodle deck and the Fire Dragons can both compete, but whether they will actually outcompete the already existing decks, I am not sure. Alright, Stop Defense puts in a ton of work here, as Royal Rebels is able to attack as long as it isn't a direct attack. And they even have the Arching Soldier. We very much just want to find some boss monsters. There is not much we can do here. I think the Blue Eyes is going to be a structure deck. I hope not. I think the structure decks are the worst way to release content because it is paywalled. Obviously, I want to be in a mini box of some sort. Though I was really hoping, instead of the deck build box, we would get a mini box with the new 8 cards we get here, plus the other cards that were leaked but unreleased. Obviously, that is not going to be the case, though. So a structure deck seems somewhat likely. But then I don't know what they would do with the other cards. For example, Gavin has the Winged Beast deck with a skill leak. It is turn 10, and we have yet to find a single boss monster. Gavin says, taking a tank of copium. I do think the bundle trap is actually good in Psychics, but I am not going to be trying it out until we get another box. I don't think it is worth the gems to purchase it. So my opponent does have 3 back row here, and we are running out of cards in the deck. we are guaranteed to eventually find these high-level monsters. I think we start off with Shield and Sword. Then Pakachu, flip Silverwolf, debuff the Arching Soldier. We are simply going to try to go in for the kill. Spice the Elite Noodle Ninja is an obvious choice. And we are going to be able to bring out both boss monsters. Let's Noodle Art reboot. Boost up the Elite Noodle Ninja. Add in a Fire Yarrow. Provide the buff. Activate the Seal Array. And return some big monsters into the deck. Our goal is pretty straightforward. By reducing the Arching Soldier to 0 attack points, we can win even through a widespread ruin by swinging into the 2 0 attack point monsters. And then we mostly just hope it works out. Enter battle, swing in. They have the widespread, but that alone is not going to be enough. And that is game, despite not drawing a single boss monster until turn, what was it? Turn 13. We get a win. I'll go ahead and send Ken a nice. And we will save that replay as well. Welcome Shoto and Paco. So far the Noodle deck does seem pretty strong. I am a little bit concerned it is a result of me just playing on ladder rather than against tournament level opponents. But I think this deck can be good. We'll probably play a couple more games with it and then switch over to the fire type dragons. My day has been pretty bad actually. But we are working through it. Obviously, no reason to summon out the turn one boss, so we pass. I am feeling a little bit better now that we are live and playing games though. Feral Imp. Presumably this is Death Doom Requiem, but there is always a chance it is the Hell Tuning Invasion. It is indeed. Okay, and they are going to flip over all of my monsters. Well, actually they can only flip up 2 now. So this is much less threatening than it used to be. For example, if they summon a Hell Tuning or a Royal Rebels Invasion, instead of clearing the board and getting in for 2300, all they can do is swing over a defense position monster for 0. And even here, the Heavy Metal is only getting in for 2600. And it leaves me with a monster on board either way, while they themselves only have a single monster to work with. Summon out Tiger. Summon Extra Spice. Extra Spice filters for 1000 burn. And we get a new draw. And it's even a Flavor Inspector. Not bad. Activate our skill. Buff you. Get back the Fire Yarrow. Summon. Though I do lose to another heavy metal. Unless I play defensively. I guess I could have actually traded off the Arching Soldier to get in for another 1,000 burn damage. Okay, so it's 500 plus 3,900. That is not quite enough. Let's just go here. I probably could have played this better. If I had inflicted another 1,000 burn damage, they'd be at 1,100, and as long as I drew a low-level monster, I would have won there. So our first loss might be entirely my fault. As all I need to do is Helltuning Invasion, flip this up, make this level 4, absorb it, and swing into the Arching Soldier. Or actually, is that only, that's 2,500 plus, 5. We might actually just barely survive. 3 back row. They are going to take 500 damage here, which is a solid start for us. Tribute 1 and 2. Activate Noodle Art Reboot. Swing here. Add the Fire Yarrow. And then tribute it off for 1,000 burn. Down to just 600. Talismanic Seal Array, debuffing even further. And they throw in a concede. Send them a nice, save this replay. And let's go on to the next one. Got the new card. If you're talking about the new Urashima the Hermit card, I do actually think it is pretty good. Unfortunately, there's only one copy, but it is actually a way to stop Magnum Overload from OTKing you, which seems pretty relevant to me. I don't think the new Semi-Ruler skill is going to be that good. But Power of Determination does have a chance to be a low tier 2-3 strategy. Am I running Cerebrus? I am not. The idea here is that I want to maximize the skill's effect. As long as you're able to summon a single 2-beat monster, you're able to add back a vanilla into your hand. And that essentially makes it a 1-beat monster. Just like the Cerebrus. The only time that doesn't apply is if you're running a double boss turn. And you're able to summon the level 7 and a Cerebrus together. But overall, I want the extra effect. Since obviously the 2-beat monsters are going to be a little bit more powerful than the Cerebrus. Now, if I was running cards like Sword and Shield, the Cerebrus having defense value is pretty important there. Should you get the new deck they put in the store? If you're talking about the new box, it depends. If you already own Dragius, I don't think you need to. But if you are a relatively budget player, then it is actually not a bad plan to go get your Slayers and your Dragius from the 50-pack box instead of a 180-pack one. We opened with 3 bricks, so we are going to be using extra spice here. We should probably just set the Fire Yarrow to guarantee we have another monster, but I am going to go for the burn damage. We almost always are going to draw another monster we are able to set. Throw this face down and pass it over. Now, keeping the shield and sword in hand is an option, as it is obviously much stronger in hand against a deck like Resonance. But we already had a level 7 monster, and I am afraid of bricking. So I decided if they have a Slayer, we will simply lose the monster. Alright, we see a Shock Dragon. So they're probably running the new Fire Dragon themed deck. But they didn't use the skill, which seems off. Our Pocket Pikachu is live. So let's go for that. And then the question is, do we Shield and Sword? This is 1500, but this gains. I think we are just gonna go for it. That way it will guaranteed get some amount of value. Next up is Silverwolf. Silverwolf's effect will send there. Then Extra Spice. Skill activates the effect, and we have to recycle again. And obviously we have plenty of low-level monsters already, so it is going to be used for an extra 1000 burn. And we just draw into another low level. But let's go ahead, bring in Silverwolf, bring in Gazelle, and swing in for as much as we can. Battle. Shock Dragon down. Dragonite down. And Silverwolf for 1300. My opponent is at just 300 life remaining. A Dragius could put in a ton of effort here, but they would need an incredible hand to actually deal 4400 from nothing. Noodles take another win. And the Noodle deck has been doing insane. I don't even know what the win streak is. Looks like 7. Does Duel Links throw you down rank duels from dual rushing ranking every month? Yeah, so if you are in King of Games, you'll go down to Silver 4. I believe you drop 7 ranks. Yeah, I mean, if you already have a good deck, you already have aggro or harpies, then I don't think you need to buy the noodles. And sometimes you're just gonna end up with hands like this. Let's make sure our Pack Pikachus are live for later, and also set up the skill by setting a Flavor Inspector. And now we see what Gavin does. They are on the brand new Dark Arts of Positioning. Now, I think that is the weakest of the 3 new decks, as using their skill successfully means you're never actually able to trigger Piercing Samurai. As you can see, they had the Piercing Samurai, but they need to discard a card in order to use Semi-Ruler and get the Urashima Sage onto the board. I do like the skills concept. Being able to attack, being able to get a bunch of attacks in with your monsters, and then put them in defense mode afterwards so that you don't take any damage, is powerful, but it isn't good enough. Compared to the things every other deck is able to do. Unfortunately, we are once again not finding any of our 6 boss monsters. Welcome, Danger Man. Sorry that you are broke. I'm gonna assume you mean in terms of gems in the game. If you are, and you haven't gotten the new cards, don't worry. I don't think you're missing out on too much. All of the old decks are definitely still viable, even if Noodles or Fire Dragon ends up being good. And then Shadow asks if I'm going to watch the new Kung Fu Panda movie. Absolutely, I am. Or actually, I should say, I already have. Okay, Semi-Ruler. I think it might be worth swinging into that Speedy Performer. I am obviously risking a swing from a Widespread Ruin, but I would rather get it out of the way now. And it turns out their face-down cards are not traps. Or at least, not traps that trigger with Speedy Performer. I think the 1,500 we dealt there should be more than they are able to deal back to us. Obviously, if they draw another Piercing Samurai, then things get a little bit tricky. And it looks like they did. We would very much like to be seeing a boss monster here. And unfortunately, we are taking a huge blow as they swing into a 500 defense point monster. We need to clear out the Piercing Samurai as our other monsters are just a little bit too weak. I guess we go Silver Wolf, just to get that extra guarantee to swing in. Yep, they have the widespread, which is exactly why we went like this. However, we do have an open spot on our field, and things are looking pretty bad. But again, it is mostly a symptom of not being able to draw into any of our high levels, and does not really reflect on the deck. So to ask, what do I think about the movie? I think, the new Kung Fu Panda is probably, the worst of the series. The villain's main motivation, doesn't make sense. It's basically invalidated by the existence of Mantis, who is a character we are introduced to, like, 5 seconds into the very first movie. That's not really spoilers. I'm not gonna go super deep into it. And we do lose with the Noodles, but the villain just doesn't work, unfortunately. Wait, is there not? My notifications have been doing poorly lately. So, Danger Man, if you actually just, like, resubscribed, it did not show up at all. Like, I don't even see it over in the Twitch, activity feed. Anyway, we lost a game with the Noodles, which means it is time for Dragons. Paco says, Neo Blue. Oh, and we are fighting Neo Blue again. But no, they are still not Whoop, unless they've changed their name at some point. Danger Man, I'm sorry it didn't show up, but also, of course, thank you for the sub. And as always, if there is a video concept you have in mind, feel free to message me over on Discord, and I will do my best to make it. We are just going to summon Dragius and pass, as we have 2 level 7s, and we do have some protection for our boss monster. Unfortunately, they immediately Ghost Cyclone. So it says, can't log in on Twitch on PC. I mean, there might be a password reset function. Other than that, I sometimes don't log in myself. I don't watch a ton of streams, but when I do, I'm not even logged in unless I'm deciding I want to chat. Volcano Attack Dragon is okay, but we would rather just have 3 monsters on board here, getting in an extra attack. Let's use Dragius' effect, and then use Inferno. We can buff this up to 2700, throw down a face down, and battle. Get in for a ton of damage. Dragonite clears out the Essel, and then Dragius will absolutely destroy whatever is face down and swing in for 2500. If they have another Ghost Cyclone, that is fine, as Blastus Inferno actually is able to grab the Inferno back from our graveyard. And yeah, Paco, I have been slowly adding in some emotes. I am trying to make it so that I am actually using the features available to me. And welcome, Serena. Hope you're having a good day. Paco, if you have any ideas for emotes, definitely let me know. I'm not sure if I'm actually legally able to use the ones I currently have, as I am kind of stealing the card art for Light Sorcerer and Widespread. Frank says, got the 7th copy of Dragius. You know, that is the most important thing you can do in all of Duel Links. So, congratulations. Speed of a Former, I think I want to mill. I'll get that buff going. Drop the Sword and Shield. And then, I feel like there is a pretty good chance of them having a Widespread Ruin. So we're gonna go ahead, drop Volcano Attack Dragon. Activate the skill to grab our Dragon's Inferno. And we're gonna aim for the one on the left. Let us see if it works out for us. We only ran into their own spell card. But they don't activate any trap. And if that was their only Dragon's Inferno, we are in a pretty good spot, as I would love to be able to actually use our trap card. Volcano Attack Dragon has more defense than Bunker Strike or Dragius. So as long as our trap card remains face down, we should be able to out whatever swings into us. Twin-Edged Dragon discarding a Slayer. So if they have another Slayer in hand and our trap gets destroyed, that would be suboptimal. But they actually summon out a Dragius instead, because they have Dragon's Inferno. And now what goes from a fantastic board position is instantly swapped into being devastating, as we take 2,700. And once again, we are drawing 2 more non-usable cards here. No need to mill with the Essel, as it is already turn 4. Blastus Inferno is good enough for me. We get in for 400 and a pass one more time. Choda says, any ideas on how to level up my Valentine? Any deck you should put on her? The easiest way to level up a character is to fight level 10 duelists at the gate, or just use dual orbs to auto-duel. If that is the case, you don't actually need any specific deck. Just put in whatever high attack level 4 monsters you have, and a couple of spell and trap cards for backup. You should be able to win your auto duels pretty consistently. And yeah, like Danger Man is saying, if you just summon a bunch of beatdown monsters, the auto duel can win in a couple of turns and speed up that process. My opponent has only set a single card face down, which seems like a good thing to me. Essel and Sanctity coming out for the Volcano Attack Dragon. We can boost up one more time. Throw down the Dragorite. Battle, and that shouldn't be anything with over 1500 defense. But they do have the Wise Spider-Villain to destroy our boss. This game could go either way. If they manage to get out a Dragia Slayer board, I'm pretty sure we just blow up. But if they're only able to summon a single boss monster, then we might be okay. A Slayer doesn't represent enough damage to lethal, and a Dragius does not represent a spell trap removal effect, allowing us to use Wise Spider-Villain to secure the game. Shield and Sword is a pretty strong start for them, as I now have a 0 attack monster sitting on board. But is Dragius their only monster? If so, that is game. Wise Spider-Villain sealing the deal. Do I think Konami is treating this as a real box? No. We already have a few different cards and skills left in the leaks. So they have to release another box or something to make those all work. So there should be another box within the next month. Yeah, over on Duel Links Meta, about maybe a week ago, or even just a couple of days, there were leaks for things like a Blue Eyes card, another Gavin skill, and some psychic support. Alright, let's go ahead, throw down our 1400s. My opponent does have a good chance of being on Harpies, which obviously would be not so good for us, as we are opening with a bunch of 200 attack point monsters in defense. Alright, enjoy your day, Shoto. Alright, Lando sets 5 and passes. But once again, we are failing to find boss monsters. And this deck is running 8 of them. We set a card, and we literally cannot do anything else. Flipping up our monsters doesn't get us anywhere. And it turns out my opponent is actually on Noodles. I don't know whether or not to be scared. It looks like they are going for a 1 tribute monsters, which means no burn damage. But there are a lot of high-level monsters on board now. Unless we draw into Dragius. I don't know how we are actually planning on clearing all of that. Obviously, our board is getting emptied out. And with 1800 defense each, Shield and Sword doesn't do much. I think the best we can do is just throw everything face down one more time. Arguably, I should have kept the Speedy Performer over the Dragorite. as Dragorite isn't actually clearing any of these monsters. And they are unlikely to actually tribute them off either. Okay, we get a Shock Dragon, and that is an absolutely incredible pull. All we need to do is go for Seahorse Carrier. Activate the effect. Draw, Kana, summon it out, and then Shock Dragon puts in an incredible amount of work. Like, this is actually pretty ridiculous. We mill a card, and all of those monsters just lost 1,600 attack points. We have the opportunity to activate our Dragon's Inferno here, and I think we will. Let's go ahead and pop this one. We hit a Noodle Art of Roastery. Seems pretty good to me. Swing in, and no Widespread. Shock Dragon represents an even bigger swing than even Dragias could have provided for us here. But they are not giving up. It looks like they have something in store. 3 attack mode monsters. Almost definitely a Spice, the Elite Noodle Ninja, coming in next. And of course, we do see it. How many of the face down cards are relevant spells? Savory, reducing us by 800. Wait, they could have gotten 1,200 debuffs. That is a misplay, for sure. But I don't think it is going to matter. That is a 1,300 buff. You know what? I am going to use this to mitigate the damage. I'm pretty sure... Oh, it actually is enough. I didn't do the full math. I thought we might have still lost that one. But it is enough of a switch to basically end the game on the spot. As Shock Dragon is once again going to... Oh, well, actually Fire Yarrow is able to clear it. But we have the Phoenix Dragon. And that means we are summoning Shock Dragon again. Phoenix Dragon, activate effect. Shield and Sword to the graveyard. Shock Dragon to hand. 1, 2. Then Speed of Performer can buff it to increase the amount that we debuff with Shock Dragon's effect. Not that it matters. As it is already going down to 0. Fire Guardian on board. Blaster's Inferno, and that is game. Swing in with Fire Guardian. Welcome, Ryga. So I did say it at the start of the stream, but my opinion on the box is a little bit mixed. I think the decks are pretty solid, and I think as a new player, Dragonic Resonance is a great deck. So being able to buy into it cheaper is great. But for veteran players, they are asking a ton of gems for what is not very many cards. Like Galfang just said, I wish it was in a mini box with the other revealed skills. We know that Ice Dark is coming. We know there are Blue Eyes cards coming. We know there are Psychics coming. So where are they? Why are we getting a box with only 8 new cards instead of even just a super mini? Where you could have fit in these 8 cards and the other cards that were leaked. It's basically an extra 4,000 gems, or 5, or 6, or even 7,000 gems invested as a veteran player. So that part is pretty disappointing. We have Essel. That seems pretty good. We definitely want to use it. But what is the sequencing? Yeah, I guess we just do it right away. And special summon. We could bring out a Piercing Samurai, but I'm gonna go with the Fire Guardian instead. Just because I'd rather have a stronger board. Actually, I could have gone for the Piercing Samurai and then Phoenix Dragon into the Fire Guardian. So that is a mistake. Speed Reformer gets another card in the graveyard. Volcano Attack Dragon, buff it up, but no need to add the card back yet. Throw down Phoenix Dragon, we will clear out 2 of these monsters. Alright, seems like a solid board. Obviously, Magnum Overlord does have the ability to clear this. Yeah, if you already have a bunch of established decks, I don't think you need anything from the new box. But they do have cool new options that seem powerful enough. The Noodles went 7-1 in my testing, and now we're playing with dragons. And honestly, the dragon deck feels a lot like playing a Hammer Crush deal deck, or even Servant of Dawn. Like, imagine if Servant of Dawn also could just randomly search out spell trap removal once per game. It's pretty good. Alright, presumably they are going to be clearing the board here. They don't. They only get in for 100 damage. And I get to keep my Phoenix Dragon, which means I also get to get back Volcano Attack Dragon, which means I also get to bring out Dragon's Inferno. No real need to use the Shield and Sword here. Let's Grace Princess. Then, Phoenix Dragon, ditch Fire Guardian. Oh, but if I summon this, I can't bring out Dragius. But I'd rather be able to clear that back row, I think. We definitely would have liked to see one more low-level monster. But that's okay. Blaster's Inferno. Also, I do think this is the better play. Throwing down a Shield and Sword and having a Dragius for later is stronger than discarding our Dragius just to summon a Fire Guardian this turn. We also have a Shield and Sword, so if they ever try to bring out a zero defense boss monster, like an additional headpiece of Magnum Overlord, we'd be in a pretty good spot. Unfortunately, they did draw into another magical stream. I should also be checking what they are ditching. We see a headpiece this turn, but we've seen a green piece previously. So we know they are only missing blue, which is a little bit concerning. Fortunately for us, though, they are not able to clear out the Grace Princess. And that gives us a chance to win with this Dragius, as long as the face down card is not Widespread Ruin. Let's go ahead, summon Seahorse Carrier. Activate the effect. Summon you, and then of course Dragius is coming in this turn. Also, Dragius will be protected from Widespread Ruin, as we are able to buff up the Volcano Attack Dragon. However, if they do have the Widespread Ruin, this isn't lethal, which obviously presents its own set of problems. Blaster's Inferno, Double Doom, and Battle. Let's see what they've got. Alright, nothing activates there. Is it Recital? It is not. Is it the Guard? It is not. And that is game. Yeah, Raga says, kind of surprised they didn't add in the Fire Dragon, which is just a fire type of Dragorite. Would have made a ton of sense. Yeah, the 1500 Vanilla Fire is indeed just called the Fire Dragon, but it doesn't have the star symbol, so it isn't part of the same grouping as cards like the Barrier. Pago asks, why does the Guard not have a voice line? Obviously, it's because they are waiting to add in Luke Man as its own character. Super confirmed, very true. My uncle works for GameCube and told me. Oh, we're fighting against Bibe again. We definitely saw them earlier. If not on stream, they're one of the other players I fought with Noodles. Welcome, Robert. Absolutely, I will show off the Noodle deck after this game. We are going second, and once again, the low levels have found their way into my hand. But I mean, overall, these are good cards. I guess we mostly just want to see our one of Dragius, but that is asking for a lot. Yeah, so we are only running the one Dragius, so our odds of getting it are low. Shock Dragon, also a one of. I guess I could Sanctity, and then Speedy Performer, so that way I'm able to clear an extra card. Buff Sanctity, I think we summon the Seahorse Carrier, and then Shock Dragon. And then we can throw down the Kana, and we have a full board. Unfortunately, the Light Sorcerer of Sanctity is not strong enough to absorb a widespread ruin for us. But this is fine as well. Both Sports Dragons in the graveyard, their resonance is set up, if that is what they're going for. We know the face down card is probably not a trap, so a Dragonic Pressure could inflict a ton of damage. But they are simply setting more cards, which leads me to believe they don't have a boss. Which gives us a chance to start building a better board. Let's Inferno. That is a great card to get rid of. And I do want to clear out the whole board. So we are going to go for the triple bosses. I might be overextending here, but there is also a pretty good chance that it works out for us. Let's go ahead, boost up just because we can. And then we battle. Swing straight ahead. And we pass it over. I mean, even if they summon out Dragius, they wouldn't be able to clear all three of these monsters. And any given one of them is able to out on the crackback. So they are going to need a very strong hand in order to deal with this. And eventually, they might just brick. Do I use, I think in this deck, I'm running the alt art. Let's go ahead, throw a card face down, and battle. No need to do anything else. And now we are building up our own answers for the future whenever they do choose to combat our board. Oh, I actually, I've been skipping past it. So I guess I should check what the new voice line is whenever I get the opportunity. Sports Dragon, Pitcher, and Slugger. If this is a Dragius, we are fine. But if it is a Dragonic Slayer, we could be in trouble. And of course, it is indeed Slayer. However, unless they also summon out Dragius alongside it, I should be keeping one of my monsters around. Currently, it looks like they are going to be able to beat over the Shock Dragon and the Volcano Attack. That is fine with me. Have I used the new Gavin deck? Not on ladder. We are going to do that as soon as we lose a game with the dragons. They do have a face down. I guess we want to draw into a Volcano Attack, but we are not that lucky. Piercing Samurai plus Essel into Fire Guardian. Mill, try to give ourselves a little bit of piercing there. Then we boost up the new Fire Guardian, and that is all we can do. Let's battle. They do have the widespread, so their Slayer is sticking around or not. They were able to activate a card, but they chose not to, which seems odd. What else could it have been? It was only a 400 attack point difference. Even a copy of the barrier would have been good there. And if it was Sword and Shield, it would have made a ton of sense to use when the second Fire Guardian attacked. Very suspicious. Right, another pitcher into another Slugger. We could be in a ton of danger here. But I think with 5200, we should be able to survive the turn, even if they do wipe our board. Double Doom is fine with me. We get 3 shots to draw into another boss monster. And 2 of those are Volcano, only one of them. But that seems pretty good to me. Okay, how do we want to sequence this? Speed Performer. Essel. And then who do we buff? I think we need to buff Dragius. That way we have 2 different monsters capable of outing the opposing Dragius. As we know, there is a trap card. Speed Performer, buff here. Then Fire Guardian. Fire Guardian, buffed by the skill. Also, I forgot to check the voice line that Paco was mentioning. But I mean, it is mostly off currently. Battle phase, and who swings in? I mean, I guess we just go this way. If they have a trap card, we force them to use it now, before our Dragius gets in. Alright, and it is the new Buffered Slime. By taking 2,000 damage, they prevent any further damage from being dealt this turn. Seems pretty useful. So the buffered slime guarantees they get another chance at winning this game. We are down to 4,400. Will they be able to get in for lethal? They have the sports dragon set up. A double boss board is entirely possible. And they might even still have access to one more Triad Drago for another card draw. They are thinking. Dragius comes in, but that is not going to be enough on its own. They can clear my Dragius if they want, but then they have no defenses. And if they don't clear the Dragius, Dragius on its own clears out my opponent. All I need to do is summon 2 monsters, and I win the game. Seahorse Carrier, Grace Princess, and Volcano Attack Dragon seals the deal. Activate my skill, Blaster's Inferno. No need to add a new card. No with Dragius. Summon Piercing Samurai. Set this face down. And here we go. Dragius attacks. Dragius trades in. And then Volcano Attack Dragon seals this game. Welcome, Midnight. I agree completely. Dragius is an incredibly powerful card. It absolutely should not be in Duel Links at all. But they didn't really have a choice because it is the main card of a main character. So sometimes it is what it is. Paco. You can turn those nightmares into some solid dreams by simply being the one with Dragius. Having Dragius by your side should never be a nightmare. And we are finally actually experiencing a bit of wait for an opponent. I feel like it has overall been pretty quick. Tonight. Vault says Info spent 6k gems to get everything in the box. Did I scam myself? I would go with no. It isn't a box that I think everyone needs to go into, but the noodle deck should be fun, and the fire deck seems good. The new Fairy Gavin support cards are definitely the weak link of the box. But, it is overall a good investment, especially for newer players. Obviously the value is diminished for every Dragius and Slayer that you already own. But I think, the box is overall a decent value. My main concern with the box is that I think there is going to be another box very shortly after this one. So I'm a little bit concerned that they are trying to get us to spend a ton of gems on cards we already own. And then they release a new box that we don't have the gems left over for. We are up first against our first Mimi, but they appear to be on an archive skill. Setting 5 face down. You cannot ask for a much better turn 1 hand. Already got 3 Dragius, so going to skip for now. Totally fair choice. Oh, Sorry, Robert, I completely forgot to show you the noodle deck. How many of the new noodles do I use? I run 3 copies of Extra Spice, but I do not remember, but I don't run any copies of the new spell. A bit of an awkward hand, I guess. Let's see if we mill a high-level monster. We do not. Okay. I was just seeing if we needed to get any value off of that Phoenix Dragon. But it appears the answer is no. Let's just go ahead and establish as strong of a board as we can. Blaster's Inferno, boosting up here. And then we know that Essel got cheated off, so let's destroy that Flame Cerberus first. The other monsters shouldn't have 1500 defense unless they are exactly the Archfiend Soldier. We do have a Shield and Sword face down, alongside the Sword and Shield, which is what I was actually thinking about. Volcano Attack Dragon with 2000 defense points should be able to take on any noodle boss that they summon this turn. Oh, yeah, Midnight, definitely makes sense. The ladder is always feels small enough that we recognize some of the players we come across. Alright, and they are, of course, adding back this Fire Yarrow. Manarchist, my stream is very inconsistent. Obviously, I'm streaming tonight because there was a new box. And they just immediately concede because our board is way too strong, and we even have the spell trap removal already ready to go. The games are going very well. We went 7-1 with Noodles, and now I think we are 6-0 with Dragons. Yeah, I guess a structure deck would not be the end of the world. But the thing that makes me think we aren't actually going to get that, is that the way the leaks work, we have multiple unrelated themes. So they can't possibly release a structure that is themed around Blue Eyes and Roman and Gavin all at once. This is obviously an unacceptably bad hand. But we are going to do what we can. The reason we chose to summon this Fire Guardian is that if my opponent does not draw a boss monster, there is still a chance it works. Obviously, it did not work out. And we are getting punished by a Dragius. We are running 8 boss monsters in addition to 4 spell and trap cards, so it will happen eventually. We are down to just half life. Phoenix Dragon is interesting. And we do have the Dragon's Inferno. So the Shield and Sword here seems like a good play because we're fighting Resonance. And we want to get rid of all of those spell trap cards whenever we can. Phoenix Dragon, Dragon's Inferno, pop the back row. Grace Princess plus Dragorite. Summon out Dragius next. And then the Fire Guardian goes over the Phoenix Dragon. I don't think there's anything we could mill that will make us want to use Phoenix Dragon's effect here, but I decided to just keep it around first, just in case. Fire Guardian, activate the effect. And battle. I hope I remember to use Dragius. And that is game. Despite our weak start, our opponent only put out a singular monster, which means we had everything we needed to close it out. Dragius represents just way too much damage when it gets to attack twice. But also to try to give a better answer to Manarch's question, obviously I do stream every Friday for the point battles. Other than that, my streams will take place somewhere between Tuesday and Thursday. I am trying to do them more consistently on Tuesdays as well, but it doesn't always work out. I definitely was planning on doing it at some point last week, but my internet connection is also somewhat unreliable. So there will be times I plan to stream, but then just am not able to do so. Another level monster would be Solid, and Piercing Samurai is probably the best one we can hope for. We have 3 monsters on board, which means Piercing is live, as long as we don't whiff. Dragon's Inferno, no reason not to activate it here. And we managed to hit the Widespread Ruin. Keep it off Kana, and no need to actually reveal our skill. Enter battle, and hopefully we get a hit. A couple hundred damage could have been worse. But if we had attacked straight ahead, we would have hit a juicy curry bot for an extra 800. Overall, good enough for me. This is going to force them to respond, as if they've set 3 repeatedly, the Piercing Samurai can continue to pierce, and eventually we will also draw into Dragius. Alright, Tribute to the Doomed is going to remove the Fire Guardian, but it does cost them an extra card from their hand, so they are unlikely to be able to establish a particularly strong board. Even if they summon out a tribute monster here, they are clearing, but they only get 1 extra monster. Harpy Lady Sisters, and then anything else, but it's actually another back row. And this is what I'm talking about. They don't even clear out my board. And if I draw into a Volcano Attack Dragon, that Dragon's Inferno is coming right back into my hand. So let's go ahead, draw for turn, and see if we get anything worth using. Essel is a great start. But we don't actually even need to use the effect. Let's go ahead, bring in Volcano Attack Dragon, activate the skill, recycle our Dragon's Inferno straight from the graveyard. Destroy the back row, which we already know is not Widespread Ruin, but it could be something else useful. Counter Pigeons actually would not have been enough, as we would go down to 2200. Get in for 3k. We are still in a little bit of danger if they hadn't already revealed Tribute to the Doomed. I think the only way a Harpy deck lethals us here is either Shield and Sword, reducing all of our cards to 0, or a raw maximum summon. But there is no way they are going to be able to do that. It is simply way too unlikely. Alright, Cybertech Alligator is going to be able to clear Volcano Attack Dragon, especially when paired with that Talismanic Seal Array. But we have a Seahorse Carrier set up. All we need to do is draw our own boss monsters. And with our Crackback, we will finish the game, especially if Cybertech Alligator is their only card coming down. That is wild. Alright, show me any level 5 or higher. Phoenix Dragon is good enough. Activate effect. Discard. Volcano. 1 and 2. Summon. And summon. We even have the Wise Bed of Inwin as additional backup. We don't need to use the skill, simply enter battle, crash this, and swing in for 2300. That is another win for the Dragons. Oh, I forgot to send a like. And I do want to save these replays for a future video, but we are kind of running out of space. So maybe I record the noodle content and then get rid of those replays quickly. Oh, and you know what? Okay. That is actually going to be a good idea. If we get the noodle stuff out of the way, then I won't keep forgetting to show Robert the deck list. All right, we are up first. This time, I think we do actually want to go ahead and set the Shock Dragon. Obviously, they could clear it with a Dragonic Slayer. But if they don't actually draw into it, then we are in a solid spot. And if they do draw a Slayer, they should have trouble also clearing the Fire Guardian. So let's see what they do. A Dragius clears Fire Guardian, but fails to clear Shock Dragon. Slayer clears Shock Dragon, but fails to clear Fire Guardian. This is the trap I have set for them. There are definitely ways to navigate it, such as dropping a Shield and Sword, but I think this should be a pretty strong opening move. Alright, my opponent is setting monsters, and that might mean they don't have anything. Welcome, Brandon. We are just currently playing around with the new decks. Oh, which one? Oh, are you friends with, Neo Blue? We have run into them a few times on the ladder. And if you are asking to play a game in a duel room, absolutely, I am fine with that. Duel rooms save us the time constraint of finding opponents on the ladder. Bunker Strike clears out Fire Guardian, but is not going to be able to clear the Shock Dragon. And this board seems pretty strong. Speed Performer. Grace Princess Kana. Speed Performer buffs Shock Dragon. Then, Volcano Attack Dragon comes down. We have a 2300 attack point monster, which means Shock Dragon is going to reduce Bunker Strike to 0. But not only that, Blaster's Inferno buffs our monster and removes whatever card Bibe has face down. Let's use Shock Dragon, gain piercing damage, and even throw down our shield and sword for later. 2900. Can we pierce? Unfortunately, it is a crash. Oh, and the Shock Dragon actually can't attack because I messed up. Okay, I did forget about that. Shock Dragon was only allowed to attack the Bunker Strike. But given the way it is sequenced, I gave up on clearing the Winged Dragon for an extra 900. I guess that's fine. Of course, we see a Dragius coming down, capable of clearing out both of my boss monsters. Pairing that with a Dragorite, and things get scary. I guess the biggest push they could make now is Dragorite plus Twin Edge discard. But they put down 2 back row instead. I think I'm okay with that. As long as we manage to find another level 7 monster or our Phoenix Dragon, we should be in a pretty strong spot. Our move. And there we go. Only 2 low-level monsters is a bit of a concern, though. We ought to use the Blaster Search, so that means, Shield and Sword time. Summon out Dragius. And if they don't have a card to stop us, this is lethal. Dragius swings in. And does the next one connect too? They have something, but it is the Jelly card, Buffered Slime. They take no additional damage this turn. And as their life points are below 3,000, they are able to survive without taking the 2k. We do have 4,200 attack, or 4,200 life points, so hopefully we are able to survive this turn. Another copy of Dragius wouldn't be that bad. Dragonic Slayer is probably the one I am more concerned about, as it is going to be able to blow up our own sword and shield. And that makes it much more difficult to deal with the board. Triad Drago and Winged Dragon, they even get an extra card draw, resolving Triad Drago and Sports Dragons on the same turn. Makes things very difficult to deal with. We see another Dragonic Slayer. My trap card is destroyed. And my board is cleared. Let's see what their final card is. We have the Volcano Attack Dragon, but that's not super good into this board, as it's only able to clear one of the 2 bosses. We'd really like to see any of our limit 3 cards, which are all already gone. Shock Dragon would have been able to reduce both of those monsters by 1,600 or more. Dragius, of course, is able to clear out both, no problem. And Phoenix Dragon can get us either one we wanted. We see a Talismanic Seal Ray, but that is not lethal. We are definitely disadvantaged, but we do have a chance to come back. Unfortunately, even our shield and sword is gone, which would have represented a free win. This is our final turn. What can we draw to win here? I'm really not sure. Yeah, I'm pretty sure whatever the options were, this is not the winning line. Not only, are we only getting a single level monster, but our Widespread Ruin is guaranteed to be destroyed by a Slayer on the next turn. We pass it over. And that will be our first loss with this deck. I believe it was an 8 or 9 game win streak though, which is a perfect time to transition over to a duel room where I can play with the fairy decks. Going to try the new one first, and then I might switch over to Power of Determination. Resonating more destroys the ruin. And now they just need to go into the battle phase and swing. I think the new trap cards are both pretty good for the Hermit deck. Oh, Dragon King has made a duel room. I'll go ahead and join that one. Though I know Dragon King was specifically trying to fight for Neo Blue's honor. So what deck was I using against them? That must have been one of each, actually. Okay, so I'll do another round with the dragons. Against Brandon. And then I'll switch over to the new deck. Enter room. 8, 7, 7, 2, 1, 1. Let me go ahead and add that over here. Eight, 7, 7, 2, 1, 1. Oh, and they want me to be bringing the ninjas. No problem. That is Yuga. Alright, good luck and have fun. Excited to see what you are bringing. Though it looks like the game is bugging out. So maybe not the best start. I'll try leaving that table and then rejoining. And it looks like this time it is queuing up. And it is now not on an archive skill. So this could be a cyber stack, but it could also still be aggro. Nail is one of the players with access to Hammer Crush Deal, but my opponent draws into the turn 1 Yggdrago, and things have suddenly become quite complicated. I mean, I suppose our best option is to go ahead and bring in the extra spice. We can get some damage even if my opponent has a monster on board. Let's send Fire Yarrow to the graveyard and draw a new card. Then we activate our skill, Noodle Art Reboot. This buffs it by 600 and adds that Fire Yarrow right back into our hand. Throw down 2 face downs. And are we good here? Well, if I think about it, what is our out to a maximum monster? We need Talismanic Seal Array exactly. And that'll bring it down to 2,000. So we need Seal Array and a boss monster at the same time. I suppose that means we should keep Spice in hand. Pass it over. The alternative, of course, is distributing off the Spice to draw a little bit deeper and try to find the Talismanic Seal Array even faster. It would also slightly decrease the amount of damage we take here. Maximum Ragnarok provides an 800 debuff. And that is over half of our remaining life points. Things are not looking great. But we draw into the Talismanic Seal Array, which is definitely something. Let's go ahead, summon out Silverwolf. Then bring in Flavor Inspector. Extra Spice, the Elite Noodle Ninja. Or did we just summon Spice? We can get a full board, and then Talismanic Seal Array. Seems like a pretty strong plan to me. Okay. Spice, the Elite Noodle Ninja. Noodle Art Reboot. We add Fire Yarrow to hand. Summon out Fire Yarrow. Then Spice, the Elite Noodle Ninja, mills a card, buffs them up, and Talismanic Seal Array debuffs the boss. And now we see what they can do. We get in for 1,200 and 3,400. We were just a few hundred away from game. But I have just 2,500 life points remaining. And a second Yggdrago ends the game. I guess I could have gone for the extra spice first, try to make a play with the burn damage, but I don't think it would have been good enough. I really don't know. Maybe it actually would have been more damage, because that was only 1,700 twice. But Dragon King gets it. Thank you for the game. Alright, and now I see someone else has joined the room. So let's go ahead and duel them as well. Of course, Dragon King, if you would like to play again, I am up for that. I'll play against everyone who has interest in playing. We're going to be testing out the Dark Arts of Positioning. And our opening hand is looking incredibly lackluster. We'll summon out Semi-Ruler. Yeah, drawing 2 Yggdragos is usually a pretty good winning strategy. Though I think even an Attitude Hydron probably would have been able to get game. You get the 800 debuff, of course. And then, as long as the Attitude Hydron is gaining any number of attack points, you swing over the Fire Yarrow, and that's that. The second Yggdrago is much more stylish, though. We see 7's Axel Road absolutely going to crush right through this board. It was definitely an awkward start, and we get punished by an incredibly consistent deck doing what it does best. So if Dragon King wants to go again, I'll go ahead and send a challenge request. I was at 1,200, and we were going into turn 4, where 7's Axel Road is able to search out a 7-zone magician and end the game at any time. I think it was not a premature concession. I see Redfire has joined the room. So let's go ahead and send a request. And we will see what they have brought. Oh. I think my mouse and keyboard are just generally pretty loud. I wasn't particularly upset or anything. Alright, Redfire is up first. And our hand is looking a little lackluster. Redfire, of course, going to go ahead and set a few monsters. But they are going for a tribute summon. Okay, so we see a Speedy Performer and a Royal Bubbles Rocker. This all but confirms the deck to be exactly the Roman Advance. I think I will simply play it safe. Let's go ahead and throw down all of our available cards. And we'll keep a semi-ruler for later. We could have used the skill, but I don't think it would have done anything. As, unlike Power of Determination, it requires us to actually be able to summon out the semi-ruler to get an attack buff. Speed Performer, buffing up Rocker. Yeah, the Piercing Samurai is unfortunate due to the way that Dark Arts of Positioning requires your combo just to end on a 2-monster board. But at the same time, Piercing Samurai is your deck's aggression. You need to be able to give the semi-ruler piercing to actually make use of your Sumer Sage is effect. My opponent has given piercing to Rocker rather than heavy metal, but then also did not attack with the Rocker. We go ahead and of course are going to widespread ruin away the heavy metal. Hiroshima the Hermit is sitting safe. We draw into Sage. And then we summon out Graceman's Kana and tribute off Hiroshima the Hermit. Then the semi-ruler is on board. We activate Seahorse Carrier and get a monster back. And this is going to let us summon the Hiroshima Sage while keeping semi-ruler in hand. Activate the effect, ditch this one, summon you in attack mode. Or actually, we don't want to change any of these to defense mode. Or do we? You know what? I think we do. So we'll summon the Sage. Sage's effect switches it to defense mode. And then we change Rocker to defense as well. Enter battle, and out. I did not activate the skill. They have their own widespread ruin, but we do clear we do clear the Rocker. So we make some progress, even if it isn't what I was planning on. Our board is fine. Obviously pretty weak, but this is clearly a weaker deck. I guess I could have put the semi-ruler back in deck and then searched itself out to be able to actually use the skill properly. Still learning. try Essel. I actually did have Essel in the slot of Piercing Samurai initially, but I don't think it works when your payoffs are 0 attack point monsters. It doesn't do anything. There is no high roll available in this deck. We see a heavy metal, presumably going to absorb the Seahorse Carrier. But I am fine with that. It is not a particularly threatening push. Alright, setting another monster. Alright, Summon Skull, unfortunately, is going to be able to clear out my Urashima Sage. We have to Hermit Soul to negate the attack and bring out our Hermit. Obviously, it goes in defense mode. Heavy Metal is able to clear one of the two, but not both. And this is where a Piercing Samurai could bring in some value. Unfortunately, it will not. We activate Dark Arts of Positioning, returning Semi-Ruler to the deck, revealing Urashima the Hermit, and then adding Semi-Ruler again. Crawling Torso. And then we don't actually need to switch the Heavy Metal over to, or do we? I think we do. Urashima Sage once more. And unfortunately, we don't have any of our zombies. So we go 1 and 2. Semi-Ruler's effect. Ditching this to bring out 3 monsters. We need to put the Urashima in defense mode. Then Masaki. Battle phase, and this time the effect does activate. Swing in, swing in, and I may have disconnected, as I am now unable to attack. It eventually goes through. And then we pass over, and our Hermit is back in defense. The new nail drop cards seem only good in Curiosity. I think they are just bad. Unfortunately. There are definitely good Cybers cards in the game. But they did not choose to give us any of those for the Nail rerun. Alright, we see Rocker and Speedy Performer added back to the deck. Concert Performer can be treated as 2 tributes. And obviously discarding the Sword and Shield is not great, as all of these monsters that Redfire is running have 0 defense and would get blown up by my trap. But Semi-Ruler is a piece of doo-doo garbage, and required me to discard something. So I feel like it was the best choice. And with the 900 boost from Prima Gatarna, this board is absolutely getting cleared. Talismanic Seal Array turns the knob even further. I guess our main win condition at this point is drawing into Shield and Sword and doing something to defeat the Primogotarna and these other low defense monsters. And with the Talismanic Seal Array, that does confirm the Sword and Shield that we had to discard wouldn't have actually done all that much. We draw and we do get Shield and Sword. But we still don't have any zombies. Which means no bonus cards. And that is tricky. If this was Power of Determination, we would swing in and win the game. But instead, we are on a bad skill. So, we are instead revealing Urashima the Hermit, grabbing Semi-Ruler, summoning Torso, summoning Masaki, summoning Semi-Ruler, and not using Shield and Sword. Special summon the Hermit in defense. Enter battle, and we at least do clear 2 monsters. Leaving a side stage bouncer around doesn't seem ideal. As they now have a monster they are able to tribute off for the Heavy Metal. Heavy Metal doesn't gain any attack points from Urashima the Hermit, but it is able to crash into Seaman Ruler, and any 2 low-level monsters with 1200 or more attack do end the game. I mean, there is always the possibility that red fire bricks, but it isn't super high. Okay, so we see the Royal Roman Advance being activated. The 2 set monsters gives me some hope, but even something as simple as tributing both defense mode monsters for 1 boss, and then summoning out another boss with the skill would end the game here. So it all comes down to whether those monsters in defense stay there. And it looks like they actually do. They are down to 2 cards on the field. However, if we check our deck, we have used all 3 of our Semi-Rulers, and we are not on any copies of Talismanic Seal Array. We have no method of dealing damage. So red fire takes it. And that means it is time to switch over to Urashima the Hermit. Trap cards. Hermit Soul seems like a good choice. Were there any other ones? Our goal is basically just to protect the Hermit as much as possible. So we have a ton of trap cards to allow us to do just that. There might be other cards that have been added that would be useful. But I think this is a fine place to start. And I went ahead and sent a request to Manarchist. We'll just go down the line. It seems like a reasonable enough start. Let's just throw all of our cards down for now. And we pass it over, and we find out what Manarchist is running. Could be aggro, could be resonance, could even be the new skill. But a slugger and a pitcher does seem to suggest that they are going to be running resonance. But the Light Source of Sanctity betrays that thought. We get a Kime Ruler. Unfortunately, that is not actually able to clear Dragias on its own. But I think that is still worth it. Seahorse Carrier, Celtic Guardian, and Kime Ruler. Throw down a few new cards. Enter battle, swing. And we get in for a clean 1400. Let's see what Manarchist has to respond to our Celtic Guard. Bum bum. Bum bum bum. Alright, a Dragorite. And Essel. Essel doesn't do very much of anything. If that is their only play, we are in a pretty good spot. Let's go ahead and activate Recital to keep our Guardian around. Our move. And we get some solid monsters. Grace Princess coming down, followed by Harpy Lady. Yami Ruler activates its effect, locking out Manarchist from their bosses. Activate Piercing Samurai and buff the Celtic Guardian. Enter battle, and let's start by clearing Essel. They might have a Widespread Ruin, but our Yami Ruler is safely using the delay directive. So they choose not to activate anything. Yeah, Power of Determination is definitely not a popular skill, but I think it is probably better than the new one for the Urashima deck. Not relying on a 2 tribute monster just generally makes it more flexible, as you're able to just make a 2800 1 tribute monster and then try to protect it with all of your traps. Obviously, the battle position changing effects from Dark Arts are superior, but it just is too much of an investment. And Manarchist summons a lone Dragorite and passes. I mean, I don't have any reason to not let that through. Our move, and we do find a Urashima. And that is where things get good. Summon out Yami Ruler, number 2. Babysitter Goat onto the board. And then Urashima Hermit. And here's the thing. Manarchist might have Widespread Ruin, but even if they do, my strongest monster is a 0 attack vanilla, and I have 2 copies of Yami Ruler to go alongside it. Blowing me up doesn't actually advance their game state at all. It saves them from taking lethal damage. But that isn't good enough to win a game of Yu-Gi-Oh! We see a pitcher into the slugger for sure. But now they are only able to attack with level 7 or higher monsters. Unlike Dragonic Resonance, they are not able to buff up their cards. So I'm guessing this is probably a build that does not focus on Fire Guardian, as only being able to attack with a single monster seems pretty rough. We see a Dragon's Inferno, but do we see a second one? Phoenix Dragon. And there is a Dragius hiding in that graveyard. But is that good enough? Both of my monsters, of course, are already at 2,500. Dragius does not clear either. So we must see a Talismanic Seal Array face down, or as the final card in hand. Yami Ruler number 2, down to 900. Talismanic Seal Array number 2. Yami Ruler number 1, also presumably down to just 900. But what is Manarchist's final face down card? Is it a second Dragon's Inferno? It is not. And that is where they are going to regret things. King's Majesty. Stopping Dragius' first attack will also stop the second one. We keep a Yami Ruler on board. But we don't draw a single boss monster to go with it. Things have suddenly taken a huge turn for the worse. All we can do is throw down a few face downs and try to swing in for 200. And suddenly things have become much more dangerous. That face down card could be probably a Shield and Sword, is going to be my guess. A Light Sorcerer of Sanctity provides a debuff, meaning a second Dragius would of course be pretty devastating. But Shock Dragon can do the same. I assume that is game. They are able to clear the 2 defense mode monsters with Dragius, and the Dragonite will deal the remaining damage. Unfortunately, Shock Dragon will take it. We had the chance to win, but our Hiroshima the Hermits did not show up in our time of need. They were down to just 300. So a Hiroshima the Hermit clearing the Dragius would have been just enough. Alright, and we are up first. Yami Ruler Lock sounds like a plan to me. Let's go ahead, summon it out, and set a face down. And pass it over. Magical Stream unfortunately going to destroy our Hermit Soul. That said, Hermit Soul probably wasn't going to do very much for us either. Yeah, Manarchist. If you had another trap card that turn, the lethal, I wouldn't have been able to do it. But on the previous turn, you only had the sword and shield set. And if I had gotten a boss monster there, I would have been able to deal enough damage. I don't actually know whether that was above or under 50-50 odds. What a wacky hand. Might as well use them. I actually should have summoned the Harpy Lady first, so I would have gotten an extra 100 damage. That is my bad. We swing in and pass. Mage is fine. It's not actually able to do the effect as my monsters are not level 7 or higher. So we see a Torn of the Windweaver. That'll boost up to 2400. And they get the option to add a 7-zone magician to hand. I don't think they'll do it though. I was correct. 7-zone magician, buffing up. We can definitely widespread the magician. And then we Majesty, keeping the Harpy Lady alive for next turn. Hopefully we draw some tribute monsters and can take advantage of the space we've created. Unfortunately, no. Since we draw a 5-monster hand, the Harpy Lady sticking around is not that important. Obviously the delay directive does nothing in the face of Seven's Road Witch. So we attempted to swing in with the Yami Ruler, but they have the widespread. And things are not looking all too great for us. Mystic Dealer, probably gonna help them find that Witch Magician combo. And a second 7-zone magician plus Light Sork, putting in work. Obviously we have to let that attack through. But we are going to be able to clear out Torn of the Windweaver with Sword and Shield. This is actually a bit of a misplay, as the Shield and Sword also means an easy time clearing Light Sorcerer on the next turn. Whereas if they swung in with the Sorcerer first, they would have been in a better position. Unfortunately, still no Urashimas. We got rid of a Torna, so I'm going to put my eggs in the stalling basket. Let's go ahead, set face down, and end. Theoretically, keeping the card in hand may have been better, as we know they are on Magical Stream. And the Shield and Sword really is our win con. So letting it become vulnerable may not be a wise decision. 2 Seven's Roads. And a new face down monster. Still not a ton of things to work with. I don't think we have found a single Hermit. All 3 in the bottom 9 cards. Do I just try to stall again? This seems unwise. But the widespread ruin is down. So, Kimi Ruler might make sense to bring out. I I figured it was a low chance of being another trap card. They do unfortunately draw the magical stream. And they hit the Music Princess's recital. But as long as I don't die, maybe that's okay. Talismanic Seal Array can put Torna back into the deck. But they choose not to. Do they already have the card they need? Only one way to find out. Light Sorcerer Sanctity? Sure. The idea in my head right now is that even if the 7-Zone Magician goes up to 3,900, it can never deal 4,000. They need a Torn of the Windweaver to close out the game. And they find it. We see them grabbing another 7-Zone Magician. And they flip up the Harpy Lady. I'm pretty sure this is still game, though. Unfortunate. And this is why Power Determination is not winning any tournaments. I do think it might be time to go over to making a tier list. But that is going to take me a little bit to set up. So if anyone else wants to duel, I will spectate it while I set up the tier maker. I feel like I did have a tier maker account at some point, which should have most of the relevant decks. Sign in with Google. It appears not to want me to be signing in. I guess I can try another game while we wait. I'll go ahead and set Noodles as the main deck. Maybe I can get my revenge on Dragon King. We are up first and actually get a pretty playable hand. We're going to go ahead and set 3. +2 back row. If Dragon King is on Resonance, this is especially potent. However, based on the very magma-themed sleeves, presumably they are going to be running the new skill. We see a Burning Blaze Dragon. So it might be Ancient Forces, but it could also be the new one. And welcome Neo Blue Eyes. and we see them swing in. We do not have much of anything here to stop these attacks. But with only 2 monsters, both with 0 defense, we could be in a pretty strong spot. Let's definitely go ahead and pop the shield and sword. I don't think we are getting a better chance than this one. Gazelle, for sure. And I think we just go with Spice. Actually, you know what? Let's take the gamble. We're gonna go with extra Spice. And we're gonna attempt to do our best to draw into another low-level monster. Noodle Art Reboot. Boost, and add this back to hand. Fire Arrow, Arching Soldier. Extra Spice inflicts 1,000 burn. And we do find the Tiger. Set a card. And that, is game. Spice the Elite Noodle Ninja boosts up our monsters. And we swing over to 0 attack monsters for game. Also, Tiermaker's entire website is not allowing logins. So, I think I have to just make the template myself without logging in, assuming it allows me to do that. I will continue to duel until we get this set up. So it was Sports Dragons, Ancient Arise. Okay, that is about what I was expecting. Oh, welcome, Alice. For some reason, these stream alerts have not been going. Or I missed them. Oh, okay. So I guess it did work, and I am just deaf. That is good to know. Alright, and this is the second time in 3 games Dragon King finds a turn 1 maximum. However, this is much less threatening than a turn 1, Yggdrago, as I should be able to just set a monster and pass it over. Welcome, Rafflesia. Hope you are having a good time. Alright, Magnum Overlord with piercing. Suddenly a much bigger problem. I don't think I have an out yet. We don't necessarily need Talismanic Seal Array, but we do need some sort of cards, like the Talisman, or like we need to get more normals into the graveyard. So I'm just going to try clearing out my hand. And we pass it over. Alright, yeah, and tierlistmaker.com is not working for me. Alright, we see a Torn of the Wind Weaver coming down, providing the alternative lethal line. And that is game. Noodles completely strained out. I'll go for a rematch if they want. Oh, and it looks like I did actually get to log into Tier Maker. It is now functioning again. Let's edit this for, what is this box called? Scorching, Flame Burst. And then what decks are actually worth including. Obviously, I do need to include more images. The new decks are Fire Dragons, Stern of Dawn, and Noodles. Okay. Card resources. Do I have any of those just around? No. Okay. First is Volcano Attack Dragon. Save image. And then what do I use to represent Servant of Dawn? I mean, Gaia doesn't feel like an appropriate one anymore. I don't think you even necessarily need to run it. Maybe I can find another common thread. Though I guess Flame Cerberus might just be the right one. Or maybe Archfiend Soldier. That seems like a fine choice. FUD, resources, vendors, and then what was the third one again? Oh, Noodles. And then add images. Here, resources, vendors, the 3 newly added cards. Is there anything else I need to include? I don't think so. I'll start off the video or the discussion with the tier list over from the RDL server. So we have you, and then Harpy, 7's Axel, then Resonance, Magnum, and Thunder, and then Siren of Dawn. And those are the ones that are tiered. And then if I were to do my own list, welcome to Rhonda Plug. We are actually about to do a quick tier list metagame overview prediction kind of thing. And then we will head back into testing the noodles, the fire dragons, and more. And let me think about where I put these decks. I think those actually were the top 7. I just got them in the wrong order. Funnily enough, if you look at the list we did post over in the RDL server, those rankings are the closest to my own. Out of the 5 players we pulled to make the power rankings. I had Aggro 1, Harpies 2, Magnum 5, and then all the others were only off by like 1 spot. Yeah, and I agree with Paco. It is not a perfect list. You are never going to get one. But I think as you get more and more people and average out the results tend to be better than looking at everyone having just wildly different things, as you can kind of identify the trends. Let us try going to the browser capture. I feel like it is going to show off the wrong tab though. So excuse me for one moment. I was correct. Alright, and I think this one is looking a little bit more accurate. Nope. I am on the wrong tab. Okay, here we go. Alright, how do I start this? Hello everybody. If you are following the Rush Dueling server, you would know they just put out a tier list, which is currently represented on here. Let's rename them tier 1, 2, and 3. And while this tier list is okay, it does have one major problem, and that is that we just got a new box releasing the same day that this tier list was published. Obviously, we have not had a ton of time to test out the new decks. But I didn't want to give my own personal opinion on where everything stands. So, there are currently 3 new major decks, and those are a Fire Dragon Luke deck, a new Noodle Ninja skill, and Gavin support for 0 attack point monsters. Let's start with the weakest. The 0 attack point Gavin skill will not be on this list. The idea behind the deck is really appealing. In an ideal world, you're able to swing over your opponent's board, deal a bunch of damage, and then have all of your monsters go into defense mode, keeping them safe and allowing you to hit your opponent without them hitting you back. And with Piercing Samurai, you even give the Semi-Ruler Piercing. This combos well with Urashima Sage's debuff, but it is never going to actually happen. You spend 2 cards tributing off Semi-Ruler, you discard 1 for the effect, and then the level 6 monster you summon is your 5th, and the level 6 monster you summon is the 5th monster. You have no cards in hand left to summon a Piercing Samurai and get off the effect. The deck needs to reliably go +1. And in my initial testing, I ran both Seahorse Carrier and Crawling Torso, but even then, you're choosing between either having a full field or being able to use a spell or trap card. The deck would be significantly improved if they removed the Shuffle 1 cost from the skill. However, until that happens, I don't see it being good. The other 2 decks, though, do have merit. But before we get into those, let's go over the current decks that exist in the game. In Tier 1, we have Aggro, running Hammer Crush Deal, alongside Harpies and 7's Axel Road. Aggro decks are pretty consistent at doing what they do best, and that is summoning Multi-Strike Dragon Dragius and making your life miserable. The deck did have a poor matchup into, the deck had a poor matchup into Royal Levels, but with them getting Hell Tuning Invasion nerfed, Aggro is in a good spot. Harpies won the Goha Rush Festival, but haven't won a ton of tournaments after that. The biggest draw of Harpies is being able to use being able to run no level 7 or higher monsters. This makes the Harpy deck more consistent than anything else, and the Hysteric Force skill prevents the opponent from setting 3 and passing, much like the way Dragius can put on the same pressure. 7's Axel Road has seen a ton of success in tournaments, thanks to the effect, thanks to the impact mostly of Sora, who inspired a lot of other players to drop Magnum Overlord and start running it in tournaments instead. And that is why Magnum Overlord has kind of fallen to Tier 2. Overlord is a deck that seems like it should be able to be taking these wins. It has an 800 debuff, just like 7's Axel Road has an 800 buff, and it has a maximum monster whose main counterplay in King's Majesty was removed from the game via the Limit 3 list. However, it fell off completely and was unseen in tournaments. It has more recently been making its way back into top cuts, so it is a deck we might see more of in the future. Resonance has gotten all of its tools back, and remains the only deck in the game that does literally everything. Resonance destroys your cards. Dragonic Pressure can clear the board, though most players don't even run it, instead opting for Talismanic Seal Ray for huge debuffs. Dragius and Twin Edge Dragon can get through those set 3 situations. And with Bunker Strike, your deck is now even more consistent. In contrast, we have Thunders, a deck that is good on the surface, but often runs into problematic play sequences. With 6 high-level monsters in the deck, and no good consistency tools in the way of cards like Bunker Strike, or your Triad Drago and Sports Dragons, the Thunder deck is way more prone to bricking. While it is true that Stormbolt Destroyer can add a monster back to your hand, you need to be able to already tribute summon it. And if your hand is filled with level 7 monsters, that doesn't work. Unfortunately, the deck just ends up bricking and being a worse version of decks like aggro a lot of the time. Keep in mind that Hammer Crush Duel decks are even able to run Trigger Drago themselves, co-opting the big piercing damage it is able to inflict. And then finally in Tier 3 we have Servant of Dawn, a deck that has just recently been buffed and then immediately went on to claim 2 tournament wins and take a top 4 in the 3rd. Now, where would I move these decks personally? While creating the tier list, I had personally put Dragonic Resonance at number 3 and Seven's Axel Road at number 4. And similarly, I had put Servant of Dawn above Thunder. And this was the list I submitted. We did also tier decks like Ancient Forces, Royal Rebels, and Disco Fever, but they ended up performing much worse and did not end up getting included on the final list. So, now that we've had a little bit more time, to think about it, I probably would say I do like Magnum Overlord more than I like Seven's Axel Road. Axel Road is a consistent deck, but it is going to struggle a ton against anything that is running Dragius. And that includes Resonance, Aggro, and the new Fire Dragon deck, which we have yet to rank. Magnum Overlord, of course, also does lose to Dragius decks most of the time. But I think having that maximum in your back pocket is always a really good thing. Next, I think there is a case for Servant of Dawn to be seen as just another flavor of aggro. I am not going to call it the best deck in the game, but I do think it is essentially, but I do think you run a couple of Ghost Cyclones, and it's not that different. I'm not entirely sure where to put it though. For now, I'd put it at the top of tier 2. And that is probably a bit of an odd take. Servant of Dawn is the one crushing the tournaments, and Hammer Crush Aggro is the one not doing much of anything. So why would I put them that far apart? I think back removal is very important, and Hammer Crush Duel is a little bit more consistent than the Servant of Dawn, relying on getting a Ghost Cyclone. It is entirely possible that the Servant of Dawn results are because it is essentially aggro at home, and players are choosing to try out the new skill rather than bring aggro. Keep in mind, things like the point battles are only 10 participants, and we saw 2 of them choosing Servant of Dawn. The Harpy deck has not been putting up very many results lately, and with a rise of Dragius decks in the format, it seems like it could be worse. However, the Harpy deck, I think, needs to adjust its game plan. Rather than being a significantly weaker deck, I think it does need to just start running cards like Counter Pigeons, as this will allow it to not lose as badly to the Dragius. Dragonic Resonance is also a pretty strong deck, and one that I would expect to continue to see good amounts of play. Thunder, I do think, is the weakest on this list, so I'm moving it down to tier 3. And now we need to add in the new options. First up, we have Noodle Ninjas, which I am putting in tier 3 with Thunder. This deck, my initial testing with this deck went 7-1, and the main issue I'm identifying with it is the 0 defense boss monsters. You are going to lose to shield and sword, and there's not really going to be much you can do about it. Other than that, the deck seems reasonably consistent. It's able to get +1s with the skill. It's able to burn the opponent. It's able to buff your monsters pretty high up, but it struggles to clear through set 3 boards in the way that every other deck has a way to do so. We have Dragius, Hysteric Force, Dragius, Torna, and Torna. And then finally we have the new Fire Dragon deck, which I actually think is going to be incredibly powerful. I'm going to go as far to say it might be better than aggro. So here's the thing. Hammer Crush Deal is strong. But what's better than Hammer Crush Deal? Searching out your boss itself. Or, searching out the spell and trap removal straight from the deck. Or even using it from the graveyard. The Hammer Crushes are a -1. Whereas Dragon's Inferno is a 1-for-1. And if you're searching it out from the deck or graveyard, that's a +1 spell or trap removal, and you don't have to run multiple copies. If you draw it early, you get to remove a card as part of your normal line, and then remove a second one later on. And if you don't draw it, you're able to search it out and remove that Widespread Ruin to guarantee a safe push. The one major downside to this deck is that you're only able to run a single Dragius. So a deck running 2 or 3, as in a traditional aggro build, might end up being a little bit more aggressive. But at the end of the day, it is another aggro variant. And realistically, I suppose Servant of Dawn is as well. So let me, okay. So if I, after thinking about it a little bit, I think this is where I'm ending up. Tier 1 is not really a tier. It is just aggro. You could put aggro over here and the Fire Dragons over here if you want. Servant of Dawn is just another aggro option. And the cool thing about Servant of Dawn is that you're able to run 1 tribute bosses, like the Flame Cerberus or even a Nekogal. And this makes you consistent the same way Harpies are. Except now you're getting to run copies of cards like Dragius or even the Dinosaur Engine, which has been seeing success too. You definitely cannot count out any of these variants from a tournament run. Over in tier 2 are all of the other decks I would expect to do very well or win a tournament. The Harpies are incredibly consistent. Magnum Overlord can cheese wins, and Seven's Axel Road is essentially the same deck in reverse. Obviously, being able to search out Seven's Magician is very strong. And you can make the case for either one of these being better than the other. Then I would go to Harpies, and I think they do need to innovate again. The Harpy deck that was tier 1 needs to change. Without Royal Bubbles, some of those deck building decisions don't hold up anymore. Note that a good part of the reason you were able to compete with all of your 2100 monsters and running low to the ground is because Shield and Sword would destroy a Royal Rebel deck. And you don't do that if you're fighting big monsters like Flame Cerberus or Volcano Attack Dragon. Sure, you are still beating over those monsters, but you aren't getting in for 2600 or 3100 when you pop your Legend spell. And that is a significant debuff to the amount of damage Harpies are putting out. And then over in Tier 3, Thunder appears to have fallen off in favor of the aggro strategies. And the Noodle deck, I think, is a little bit too vulnerable to big swings. It's kind of similar to Resonance in that way, but Resonance, of course, has the built-in spell trap removal with Dragonic Slayer and the many ways to beat set 3 boards, from Twin Edge Dragon to Dragius. So overall, this is roughly where I would be putting the decks right now. I will also add in the Royal Rebel deck, as I do think Death Doom Requiem is very similar to these other options. Much like the Noodles, they are going to have 0 defense monsters and struggle to clear set 3 boards. But Death Doom Requiem, I believe, actually just won an event. I believe Death Doom Requiem actually won an event today or yesterday as of the video's publishing. And also, being able to just wipe the board, deal 2000 burn damage, and then swing indirectly with everything is a threat to be reckoned with. Even if you play around it by setting 3, you eventually need to make a counter push. And then you will lose on the crackback. Psychics, Yami Ruler, Cybers, etc. Probably not as worthwhile. I do think, out of the remaining decks, I think Disco Fever is the other one worthy of inclusion, as being able to just gain life points does give you a strategy against aggro, as perhaps you simply will not die, and then you can flip your Widespread Ruins, your Triple Threat Thunders, etc., and steal the game that way. And I think that is about it for our tier list. Let's go ahead and get back to our deck testing. Alright, so I have returned there. If anyone wants to play in the duel room, let me know. Otherwise, I will do a little bit more of, oh, I think actually Dragon King may have just rejoined. So I think we're going to do a few more duels in here and then switch over to Legacy Duels. See if we can't clear out that event. And we are up first against Dragon King. Definitely we just set these 3 as it sets up both our skill and Paka Paka Chew. Pass it over. Oh, welcome Penguin. I missed a lot of chat. Yeah, Redfire, nobody is really playing Roa Roman Advance. Death Doom Requiem does do some, has been seeing a little bit of play. But the Roa Roman Advance skill definitely has not. Welcome Penguin. And Midnight, I think the spellcasters are in a pretty good spot actually. And Paco. I think, yes, I am done with the tier list. At least for the most part. I don't know if I missed anything. Alright, so we will have 3 normals in the grave. Which means, we're only going to have 2. So the Gazelle may have been a better play than the Fire Yarrow. That is fine though. Flip summon, activate our skill. Mill. Could Seal Array, but we have a Pocket Pikachu online. So I don't think we need to. Yep, Paco, I am interested in your opinions on the tier list as well. Particle Acceleration punishes us by destroying the Seal Array right away. But if I had shuffled away 4 monsters, I would have only had 1 beast in the graveyard and wouldn't be able to use the Talismanic or be able to use the Paku on my next turn. Though I suppose it is actually pretty difficult for them to set up the Paku. This is fine. We will simply draw it into a low-level monster. Let's go 1-2, burn for 1,000. Alright, we grab an Archfiend Soldier. Perfect. Activate skill, Noodle Art Reboot, brings you up to 3k. Fire Yarrow. I could actually burn them down to 16, but then we don't get in for nearly enough damage. So we set the Widespread Ruin. Battle, swing. And this is just barely not enough. However, with our Widespread Ruin set and 3 monsters on board, even summoning Yggdrago here shouldn't be enough to end me. Honestly, Paco, I might re-record the video if I get a... That way there's more of a script to it. But I think I'd keep the end results about the same. I'll have to see how it comes out when I start editing. Alright, they do get out 2 boss monsters. However, that is definitely not going to be enough. All of their cards are gone. We have the Widespread Ruin, and we have Lethal on board. All we need is a single low-level monster, and we can win with the burn damage of Extra Spice. Even had we not drawn it, we could Tribute Summon and swing over for game. Extra Spice, Tributes, and that'll do it. I am up for one more round if anyone wants to play. looks like Dragon King has requeued with another deck. Oh, welcome, Voltalon. We actually just finished doing a tier list discussion. And you're actually a player I would like to hear your opinions on. What would you say are your top 3 or 5 decks for the current format? Or have you had the chance yet to try out the new skills? Okay, so we don't have any normals for extra spice or the skill. That is somewhat problematic. So they set, tribute set. I did not pay attention to which zone has the tribute monster. I think I'm gonna go with the extra spice. And just kind of hope I hit it. Oh, they might actually have the widespread too. Yeah, I agree completely that Semi-Ruler is the worst of the 3. I did it out for a couple of games, but I think if you're gonna run a Hermit deck, that you should just be on Power of Determination instead. Paco says, Overlord of Resonance, Seven's Road, Fire Dragon, and Harpies as the top 5. Paco, those are the same decks that are in my top 5. Like, that is exactly the same 5. I'm just grouping Fire Dragons with the other aggro piles. Yeah, so not only that, but I think the deck needs better ways to get to more cards. Semi-Ruler and a Urashima the Hermit, or the other one, is not a good end board. Am I shield and sorting here? I guess that's fine. Because they might be running spell trap removal. So I should get rid of it now. Let's go ahead, spice, add back the flavor inspector, and then get the other spice on board as well. Make it at least a little bit harder for them to beat the board. Obviously, if we get hit by a widespread, things are still a little bit problematic. But we will see how it goes. Yeah, so Paco. It really depends how much you differentiate Servant of Dawn, Fire Dragons, and Aggro. Basically, I put those 3 as a aggro tier, where they are all kind of doing the same thing. Summoning Dragias, or other big monsters, and walking over you. I do think the Fire Dragon deck, being able to search out the spell and trap removal, gives it an edge. And Servant of Dawn not being able, or being forced to run Ghost Cyclone, gives it a slight disadvantage. But, basically it was those 3 decks, and then it was, Overlord, Seven's Axel, Resonance, and then Harpies. Yeah, I guess they do have... I can see definitely wanting to separate all three of them. Dawn, Fire, and Aggro. But, if you do, like you said, I think Servant of Dawn could easily be in the top 5. And then you just have a lot of very similar decks being represented. Especially if you end up going something like Fire Dragons, Servant of Dawn, Magnum Overlord, Seven's Axel Road. If those are 4 of your top 5 decks, it's very samey. Even though Seven's Axel Road and Magnum Overlord obviously play a lot differently. At the end of the day, they do both kind of just summon Seven's Road Magician, apply 800 buffs or debuffs, and one of them wins through big, consistent boards, and the other wins through drawing a maximum. We are up first. We have a spice, but we are still lacking the resources to use the skill. We have a Pakachu, but a Cyber deck is probably only going to end on... Actually, they might end on 3, as I don't have any defense position monsters. But with a hand like that, we are going to have a ton of resources going into our turn. Obviously, with this situation, we are looking for another boss monster. And we actually do manage to find it. Pakachu comes down. Summon out extra spice. Our skill lets us add back the Noodle Ninja, so we're going to use this for the extra damage. Then Pakachu. Though I suppose I actually should have kept that one around. As we are going to have an extra card after activating this skill. So I suppose we actually just don't add anything back. Also we have a 1300, which we do not. Alright, let's mill and swing in. And Cyber's monsters, of course, are all going to have 0 or 100 defense. So no need to worry about that. If that face down card, though, is a shield and sword, we could be in trouble. Monster Reincarnation represents a similar issue, as adding back a maximum piece implies they are summoning the full thing. And this gives us not a lot of time to find an out. Specifically, we are hoping to see Talismanic Seal Array show up. Magnavox lowers our monsters by 800, but which one will they attack? Do they go for the extra damage or stop us from buffing? I think that was a reasonable choice. Our move. And we draw into 2 copies of Spice. That might be good enough. Silverwolf, debuff. Flavor Inspector on board. Then Spice the Elite Noodle Ninja coming through. One and 2. How many normal monsters? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So that's 1600. That is exactly enough. Now, if we... The question is whether or not we want to actually add the monster back. that was 900. We should be okay now. We can noodle art reboot. Provide a boost. Add the card. Summon Flavor Inspector. I wanted to make sure we had enough normal monsters in order to get over the 3,800. Even with a widespread ruin. But now, things are looking good. Spice swings in. They have the widespread. But we get in for an extra 200 damage. And swing in not quite lethal. But 800. They need to find game this turn. About a 1 in 4 chance of the Sword and Shield spell, which of course does end the game, but also an Attribute Hydron could get pretty significant. Let's see what they do. Bottom of the deck, sure. Debuffing 1 and on each side. Okay. That isn't so bad. We definitely survive this turn. And now we actually have a pretty good chance of finding our own Sword and Shield. And we do. That ought to be it. Oh, and it definitely is. Pocket Pikachu adds back a monster. And then we simply Tribute Summon and do not need to battle. So, even without the spell card, we would have been just fine. And with that one, let's go ahead and switch over to Legacy Duels. Oh, Neo Blue has joined. Okay. If I haven't had the chance to fight Neo yet, so if they want to do a rematch, I will allow it. I'm gonna take a quick water break. So if Neo shows up in that time, we'll go with that. But I will be right back. And we are back. I see Neo Blue is here as well. So let's give him a chance to get revenge from our earlier ladder encounter. We are up first. Always a good start. But once again, we find ourselves lacking a Pyro. Is 7 not enough? I doubt it. I feel like we have a pretty good chance to draw one on the next turn. Twin Edge Dragon, is a pretty scary card to see come out. Should they be able to boost it with a Speedy Performer or Dragonic Resonance? Then my board is as good as cleared. But if this is all they have, if they don't summon a tribute monster, then we basically win. Unfortunately, they have a Multi-Strike Dragon Dragius, which is wildly detrimental for our lifespan. Twinus Dragon and Dragius represent 4 potential attacks. So it all comes down to where the Twin Edge lands. And unfortunately, it wins the 1 in 3, getting in for 1,000 damage. But all hope is not lost, as we have drawn the one and only Paku Paku Chu. Let's go ahead, return a Gazelle into the deck, and add one to hand. Then we will normal summon the Tiger. Bring in the extra spice and draw a new card. Thanks to the effect, to burn for 1,000. This gets us to a pretty useful looking card here. But at the end of the day, I think I actually would rather simply save it for later. Noodle Art Reboot, going to let me clear the Dragius and get a full board, while also setting up this for later and keeping Paku Paku Chu in my hand. Seems worth it, as long as they don't remove it on the next turn. We just need to find a boss monster, and our Paku Paku Chu will do the rest of the work for us. We see a Dragonite, so they are going to be able to make some kind of play. Talismanic Seal Array, reducing our boss monster down to just, I want to say 600. Maybe 800. And then, is that all? It is. But what cards do they have in their hand? If they had a 2 tribute monster, they surely would have played it. A little awkward. But we will definitely take advantage of this. Let's keep Gazelle on the board. Summon Fire Yarrow and get in for the burn damage. Opponent down to just 2,000. And we get another boss. Extra Spice coming in. Activate our skill, and Noodle Art Reboot is going to allow us to deal an extra 1,000 burn. Bring in Fire Yarrow one more time. Normal summon. Effect. And if that wasn't enough, we have 2 Talismanic Seal Rays and a Shield and Sword. But we already have lethal, so we swing in and finish this game. And I will also give Red Fire one more chance. All the players showed up in the room right at the end. Oh, welcome, Rex. I'm having an okay day. Things started off a little bit rough, but the stream has been going really well, and it has helped regulate my mood back to a more normal state. We are finishing up some viewer duels, and then we are gonna do out that legacy duel event. Okay, I guess okay. Red Fire says Power of Determination. Though, my build is definitely meant to exploit the shield and sword type cards, which I'm expecting is not going to work nearly as well in a mirror match. That said, I'll absolutely give it a shot. Good luck, Red Fire. Red Fire, are you still there? Okay, there we go. Challenge sent. Alright, and we are up first. And we've even drawn some of the relevant monsters. That being said, I think our best bet is probably to go in like this. And save the Kime ruler for later. Pass it over. So Rex, how have you been? What have you been up to today? Alright, we see a Hiroshima the Hermit from Red Fire. And at 2800, it is definitely going to be able to clear over anything it attacks. But this has been a 0 attack monster with no defenses in the back row. We should be able to make a strong counter push here. Our move seems like a pretty good start to me. Seahorse Carrier. Activate effect. Add Kana. Summon Kana. Bring it down Kime ruler. Flip up Piercing Samurai. Then, who do I want to end with? I think this makes sense. Piercing Samurai, we only need a 1, as they only have 1 defense position monster on the board. We give Piercing to Kime ruler. Then we summon Yami ruler. And we also summon Celtic Guardian. I am not going to be using the delay directive. Let's get in for our piercing damage. And it is a full clear. 1400 from Celtic Guardian and an extra 1000 from our Yami ruler. Let's see how Red Fire manages to deal with this. We don't have any trap cards, but even a Hiroshima the Hermit at 4800 is a far cry from lethal. Alright, Essel is going to send nothing of importance to Grave. Glad to hear you've been having fun making some customs with your friend. That actually sounds like a great day. It's a ton of fun to think through some concepts. I've actually never really gotten the chance to design custom cards with other people. I've always just kind of done it on my own. We do see a Yami ruler. So Red Fire might be trying to delay the game. Do they activate the effect? No. Just gonna get in over the Celtic Guardian. So we have the Babysitter Goat. Power of Determination allows us to raise Babysitter Goat up to 1400. Then Shield and Sword is going to make it 28. We set a card face down and we go into battle. Babysitter Goat, walk over Yami Ruler. Unfortunately, they have the Buffered Slime to prevent lethal. We'll swing in anyway. Alright, and now it is their move. They managed to survive for one more turn. But we definitely still have the advantage here. In fact, we haven't even found a single Urashima yet. Talismanic Seal Array, but with another back row. There's only so much work they can do. We see all 3 copies of Crawling Torso are already in the graveyard. So their ability to generate card advantage is quite low. I am only expecting a single useful monster to show up this turn. And it looks like I was right. Piercing Samurai swings in, but that is going to be game. Widespread of Everyone destroys their only monster. And even if they are able to deal with one of my rulers, they cannot deal with all 3 of these cards. Buffered Slime guarantees protection, but is already spent. Thank you for the game, Red Fire. So now let's queue out of this. I guess we might as well do a couple of quick NPC duels while we set up for Legacy. I do think I probably want the bonus XP going on Luke, as even if I don't think I'm running a second copy of Dragon's Inferno in the Fire Dragon deck, it is something that will be nice to have potentially in the future. I guess it's not quite the same topic, but Rex talking about custom cards did remind me I am supposed to be working on a video about the card game I'm trying to design. Or realistically, I'm gonna make a series of videos, I think, about TCG design in general, and then talk about how I'm doing it in my game. So a video on normal monsters might be showing up in the weeks ahead, followed by one on tribute summoning. Let Luke finish out this, and let me make sure I'm not missing any messages. It looks like we are more or less good to go. Apparently, I somehow lost the auto duel, though. That is an impressive feat. I don't know quite how to describe it, Rex. I'd say it is kind of, it's probably most similar to Yu-Gi-Oh! Realistically. So it's played on a 3x3 board. But instead of using a resource system like mana, the cards have something equivalent to a level. And that's just like a turn limiter. So instead of needing 3 mana on to play a 3 mana card, which you would normally do on turn 3, you can just play your 3 mana cards once you get to turn 3, regardless of what you've done or what you draw. But I'm balancing it out kind of with like junior journey rules. So you're only able to play 1 monster and 1 like spell card per turn, unless other card effects let you do it. I could probably explain it better over text. Or maybe I will try to get my thoughts made for a video sometime to kind of try to organize what it is. I've been playtesting a little bit against some of my friends, but I'm not really sure what the next step is. I have something like 200 cards made. So it's mostly I think it's time to start like balancing, maybe trying to get actual art on it, etc. I do have some starter decks made over on Tabletop Simulator. So I need to figure out a way to properly publish those. I tried doing it before, but then Steam kept giving me an error. And I need to go look into why that is. I also want to find something that is free, instead of forcing anyone who I want to play with to own Tabletop Sim. But I'm not sure if there's a really clean way to do that. Anyway, let's head over into those legacy duels. We've spent enough time talking. Yeah, Brandon, thank you for all the games and for coming by. It was definitely pretty fun. And I enjoyed getting to see those maximum monsters put in so much work. Now I don't have any specific auto duel deck. I just kind of do whatever, because it works 90% of the time. And even if I lose, I'm not really concerned, because there's no stakes. Alright, so they bring in a Toon World. Our opening hand, we do have the ability to summon a 2400. But that's probably not going to be able to beat the Toon monsters. I know they're able to get out cards like Toon Summon Skull or Buster Blader. So and a comic hand. That is rough. Even if I set the Maneater Bug, I am kind of afraid of just blowing up on the next turn. All they need to do is something like a mermaid, and it's pretty much over. And that is exactly what I was afraid of. Right, we know they have the comic hand, and that they're going to be able to steal my monster and then swing in. Or swing in with those two. So I will simply pass turn and let them finish me off. Maybe I will switch over to one of the loner decks if things aren't working out. I definitely don't own like all the Toon support or all of the Winged Dragon of Raw support. So I'm stuck to either loner decks or a really basic beatdown strategy. And I actually don't really know which one would be better. I'm hoping that if I lose with a really basic deck, that the opponents will at least send a nice. And then I'd be able to get the event points that way. Alright, they are up first again. Hopefully Mechanical Chaser beatdown will be enough. And they are thinking. I know Merrick has the Winged Dragon of Raw cards. So presumably they're going to be able to bring out something like a 4,000 attack point boss monster. I'm just hoping Dark Hole is good enough. I do not know what that card is. When it's destroyed, you take 2,000. Unfortunately, I don't have enough resources for Dark Magician. So we're just going to Dark Hole. And then Mechanical Chaser for more damage. Battle and bring them down low. I could have gone ahead and put the Soldier in defense mode. To try to combo into the Dark Magician on a future turn. But then I wouldn't be able to really utilize the Dark Hole to its biggest potential. Though I suppose saving the Dark Hole for after they summon a boss does make sense. I'm just mostly afraid that the Winged Dragon of Rock cards have some kind of immunity to it. Alright, they throw down a face down. Man Eater Bug. I think we just go in. Welcome, Penguin. And yeah, we actually just switched over to doing some legacy duels to try to get some progress in that event. If it wasn't this, I'd probably just be done with the stream, as it's been about 3.5 hours. We see a Raw Disciple, and that should be game. We managed to rack up a win with our Mechanical Chaser beatdown. Really bringing 2002 into the streets. I'm glad we got a nice. How many points do we need? 380. We are very far away. I just assume they are playing it as a 1900 beater. I don't know if Gemini Elf is in the format or not. But if Mechanical Chaser is the strongest normal monster, then I can get wanting a 19. I think we're just gonna go ahead and throw this face down and pass it over. We'll use Man-Eater Bug to destroy whatever they summon, and then bring out a Frostosaurus on the next turn. Elegant Egotist is fine. Oh, welcome, Cyclone. We're gonna be talking about the new cards a little bit more in depth soon. I I've actually had the chance to test them a little bit now, which means a tier list going over the new box and such will be out sometime this week. Let's go ahead and bring in the Frostosaurus. Alright, and what will Baked Popoto do now? Am I running Dark Curtain Megamorph? I am not running Megamorph, but I am on Dark Curtain. That might be a pretty good idea. Now that you mention it, I can Destiny Draw. I suppose that seems worth it. What do I even want to grab? I mean, Dark Hole seems pretty good to me. Bring Outlaw Jin. Advanced Drive. And we'll swing in for a pretty significant amount of damage. Is Megamorph limited? If not, I will go ahead and try to incorporate it into the deck. Welcome, Ultra Duelist, and thank you, Rex. I don't think I'm really that good at the game, unfortunately, but I do my best. Okay, let's see if Megamorph is limited. It is not, so I could throw in a copy for those Destiny draws, and I'll just take out one of my 18s. Seems like a plan to me. Right, up next is Yoshino. And they are up first. We have both of our Dark Magicians, which also means both Dark Magic Curtains are now bricks. This is probably not a great start. I am a little bit worried that the face down card is going to be a new Doria, which would destroy the Mechanical Chaser after attacking. Oh, but it was only a Kelbeck. Well, that is like Wall of Illusion. So I will take it. Getting in for a clean 1800. Alright, they get another face down. But we'll just summon Mechanical Chaser number 2. No need to use the skill, as we do want to actually get in 4 damage. Agido only does anything on a 4. So we get in for 1850 and pass it over. Alright, they do nothing and allow us to swing in with the Mechanical Chaser. Let's not BM and just swing in. Of course, we send over the nice and we start again. I mean, I think the event is a good source of gems, especially if you've already hit King of Games. And it's a pretty straightforward format. Even though I obviously don't own a ton of the cards, there is matchmaking. So I'm not really going up against the players with fully fledged decks. Alright, so now we have the combo Red Fire introduced to us. Dark Magic Curtain, summoning Dark Magician. But it looks like Yugi Pro has something. I suppose it doesn't matter though, as we are going for the Megamorph. And if this lands, the game is over. However, Hollowed Life Barrier keeps them around for another turn. So it might be some form of stall deck, especially as they discarded a second copy in order to use it. Oh, Ultra Duelist. I am open to dueling, but I don't really own. Actually, I do own speed decks. Though I traditionally play rush duels. What format did you have in mind? I suppose that is the important part. Alright, Advanced Drive lets them bring out a boss monster after using the Raw Disciple. Power of the Attributed makes it a pretty strong monster. And, that is game. Definitely gonna go ahead and send them over a nice. Alright, so we've opened up with Curtain and a Megamorph once again. Thought Legacy wasn't included 7s. Oh, yeah, the bonus XP can go to any character. It's just whatever world you enter from. Alright, so as long as they only end on a single toon monster, I can Dark Magic Curtain and also set the bug, which sets me up to be in a pretty good position. As I can clear their monster, and then clear the second one on the next turn. We see Toon Bookmark, 4-page flip, which of course is going to summon out a monster. And Bookmark simultaneously protects the Toon World from being destroyed. And they actually whiff and hit a Toon Mermaid instead of any of their more powerful monsters. Also a good start for us. Dark Magic Curtain, we pay half our life points and bring in Dark Magician. Next up, Megamorph boosts it up to 5,000 attack. This is not quite game, but we set the Maneater Bug, and we should be in a good spot. Toon monsters all have Summoning Sickness, and my opponent is down to just 400 life. As long as they are not able to attack this turn, we are okay. Another Toon Bookmark. I mean, that is fine. I don't think there's really anything they can grab here. Comic Hand is presumably the best option, but even that doesn't actually kill me, as I do have a monster. And the Dark Magician doesn't have lethal damage. I hope that the Toon Harpy Lady is going to destroy the Megamorph and bring it up to 2,500. That is really strong. Well, I suppose I lose. Pretty solid combination of cards in their hand. Alright, if we can win one more, we actually get another gem reward. And then I think I want to make it over to the 4-hour mark. So another 15 minutes or so of the stream. Let's go ahead, Dark Magic Curtain, and pass turn. I think if they're able to clear the Dark Magician, they can probably clear the Dark Magician with Megamorph as well. You know, yeah, I feel like I am also pretty curious on what they are going to bring out for Blue Eyes. Obviously we don't have fusions introduced in the game yet. So it was surprising to hear they were adding all of that Blue Eye support. Alright, so the opponent brings out their own Dark Magician, and it's a good thing we didn't waste our Megamorph. They have a Dark Magic attack. But I can Destiny Draw here. That seems useful. I will choose Dark Hole, and even though it isn't game, it seems useful. Or if I actually Mechanical Chaser, this is not range for their own Destiny draws. And I'm very glad I didn't lose to the Magic Cylinder. Megamorph would have brought me down way too low. And that's all they have. If we draw a normal monster, we can win. Frostosaurus. And Megamorph the Frostosaurus. 5,200. Swing in for game. Yeah, I agree. I think the Raw and the Toon decks are definitely better than all of the other options, but I didn't go into either of those boxes. So I don't think I really have access to good variants of those decks. Or in other words, I'm imagining the loner decks are not very optimized. We see a Prismatic Login. They have definitely built their own custom deck. I think we're gonna go ahead and Dark Magic Curtain. Grab out that Dark Magician and set a Maneater Bug alongside it. And our attack actually does go through. Next turn, we can Destiny Draw into Megamorph and try to win the game that way. Malevolent Nuzzler is plus 700, but that is not enough. Vivyoku is actually going to get in for 2400 damage and seal this game. Mask manages to win with their normal monster beatdown. I mean, I could always try out the loner decks one more time. And see what they have. I definitely think any of the ones that are not or I do think a lot of them are not particularly powerful. Like Rex says, I tried out the Kaiba and even like the Yugi one. But I just was not able to actually get anywhere with them. Alright, Tribute to the Doomed is going to destroy my Giant Soldier of Stone right away, which makes me glad I did not activate the skill to swing in with Hades. Like an Eotist. Oh, this might be lethal. I think it is barely off. And that is correct. Let's definitely Destiny Draw here and wipe out this board. Or I could Megamorph. But Megamorph only brings me to 4,800. So it doesn't seem quite good enough. This play definitely puts me further on field. Activate Advanced Drive, and then we Tribute Summon. If all they have are normal Harpies, they aren't going to be able to defeat Hades, and perhaps we can win on the next move. But it looks like Sky Scout is coming in. They swing in, which means they are surrendering our move. No need to wait. Dark Ruler Hades gets in. Of course, we sent over a nice for the bonus points. And we are kind of cruising through the event. We are getting a ton of nices back from our opponents, which I feel like is a lot more common than it was during the last event. So I'm glad to see players participating. We are second, and Ben is presumably going to be on Tunes. We have Megamorph, but that alone doesn't seem like it's going to be good enough. Not by a long shot. Alright, Toon Table of Contents. We might even just see it grab the Toon bookmark. And we do. Offering protection for the Toon world while providing otherwise the same effect. And then, of course, they go into page flip to summon a monster. And Buster Blader is here. And alongside the mermaid, we are in a ton of trouble. Even if we manage to clear one of these monsters, the others get us. I'll just throw this face down and let them end me. And of course, as always, we will be sending the nice. just 40 or 50 more points to go. If we are really lucky, that is just 3 duels. If we are very unlucky, that is 58 more duels. A lot of this comes down to the opponents sending nice. Alright, all they did was set some cards. We have no 2-beat monsters, so I think Sea Snake into Swing is our best option. There aren't too many monsters with 1800 to 2000 defense. So the Berserk Gorilla is an unnecessary risk, as it can get destroyed by an enemy controller or a variety of other cards. And besides, we actually do kind of want them to use some monsters to bring us down into Destiny draw range. Alright, but they set another 2 cards and pass. We could go for game, and I think we might as well. Obviously, there is a pretty bad chance of success given they have 2 different face down cards. But if it works, then it works. So we go for it. Sea Snake swings in, and we clear, and the 5k connects. Oh, welcome, Sphery Boy. Yeah, I imagine a fully powered raw deck probably does overwhelm the rest of these pretty quickly. But I did not go into that box, so it is unavailable to me outside of whatever they decided to put over in the loner deck, which I tried 1 or 2 games with and was not super impressed. Okay. We have a Maneater Bug, but we probably aren't going to be using it unless we draw into a Dark Magic Curtain, as we'd rather be summoning Mechanical Chaser for Beatdown or the Dark Ruler Hades to get a round Kelback. Though I do notice my opponent is on an extra deck, which makes me think they might be on a different strategy. I don't remember the loner decks coming with polymerization, but I could be wrong. In any case, if all they have is a face down defense resistant monster, we definitely want to swing in with this to keep ourselves safe. Giant Germ is not going to be able to bring out the tribute fodder they had hoped for. And that does put us in a pretty good spot. They are setting back row. But unless it is Mirror Force, we shouldn't be too worried about it. Alright, a T-set. Let's bring in the Mechanical Chaser for sure. And, Hades is going to swing in. The Mechanical Chaser swinging represents more potential damage, but of course negating these effects is more important. Mechanical Chaser getting in for 1850. Alright, we see, Advanced Drive, tripping off Witch of the Black Forest, which also triggers its effect. And then the Air Knight Parshath is going to be able to swing over the Mechanical Chaser. Or, with the power of Metamorph, it can even clear the Hades. I take some damage. But my life points are higher than theirs. Until I use the one and only Dark Magic Curtain. With this game is over. They might have a Karibo, so we play down our monster just in case. Then Megamorph. And we battle. Dark Magician, end the game. And that is 350. We only need 20 more points to claim the final gem reward. I don't think the title is particularly worth anything. We are up first, so definitely gonna just go ahead and throw the Stone Soldier down. Obviously there's a pretty good chance that they Elegant Egotist and clear it. But even if they do, they shouldn't be able to get lethal. And then we can Dark Hole and make a comeback. Or if they do nothing, we can Sea Snake. Oh, and they have a trap card here. Interesting. We will simply choose to ignore it. It might be a Hollowed Life Barrier. Oh, it's a Windstorm, switching our monsters over to defense. That is a little bit problematic. And here comes their Harpy Beatdown. This easily clears the board, but also goes to show you why I was keeping Berserk Gorilla in hand. Birdface only triggers when destroyed by battle, which means it is Dark Hole time. And then Mechanical Chaser. Am I going to Farming M? I'm sorry, I don't understand the question. I think once we get to the 370 threshold, we are going to stop with the Legacy Duels and move back to testing the new Rush cards. But now, unless I have a Karibo, this should be it. Though we might need one more duel afterwards. Well, actually, I'm probably also going to be calling it a stream soon. So we'll do another game. And that'll probably be it. I wonder if anyone is playing Rush on Twitch. We don't really get the opportunity to raid players very much because they usually aren't on Rush. They're all speed players. Speed. Oh, Zafallen is live, so we might be heading over there in a few minutes. Alright, we are playing against an actual Odeon. Burn stall deck. Pretty frustrating, for sure. But we are gonna play things out normally for now. If we ever get low, we can Destiny Draw into a Dark Hole, and then Dark Magic Curtain, and Megamorph. Alright, and let's see what they do. They managed to gain some life with the Skullmark Ladybug, but that isn't really a winning strategy. Chain Reaction. Oh, will I be playing Enter Mage? Absolutely. I actually don't play a ton of speed duels, but Dennis is one of my favorite characters. So they are going to get me to try it out. As long as it's actually anywhere decent. If it just completely sucks, then no. Because gems are a limited resource. But if the Getsus deck is good, we will be running it. For sure. I guess we Megamorph. Buff the Mechanical. Throw you down and battle. Oh, and a Mirror Force. That might actually just be game. Yeah, for sure. Odeon gets us. Which I think means we do need to do one more. Part 2. We are second. Paco, what do you mean by that? Alright, Egotist, reasonable starting play. We can summon the Dark Magician, or we can out the regular Harpy Lady. I think I might actually want to save the curtain for later. Beast of Tawar is pretty solid, as the Harpy Lady sisters are going to need to debuff themselves if they summon another Harpy. So let's bring in Tawar and clear the Harpy Lady 1. Battle Swing. Alright, so if they summon another Harpy Lady 1 to try to boost the attack, Harpy's Hunting Ground destroys itself. But Sky Scout isn't strong enough to defeat the beast, which then puts us in a pretty good position. Bring in La Jin and get another boss monster on board. And now they only have a single turn to make an offensive. Otherwise, our beatdown strategy will overwhelm them. Alright, Tribute to the Doomed is not going to be enough. As long as we have any normal monster in our hand, that is game. But of course, we are going to use the Dark Magic Curtain to get a win with the Dark Magician. Enter battle. Swing in and swing in. send over an ice, and that should be it. With this, we have claimed the final gem reward. Oh, and apparently we also got the title. Alright, enjoy your night, Rex. We are actually also finishing up. So that works out quite well. Oh, I didn't even know there were titles. You have to get 60 for the icon. That is way more grinding. I will not be doing that, for sure. I think what we are going to do is send over the Twitch viewers to the Fallen, as long as they are still online. I think they may have actually logged off in the 5 minutes we needed to finish this out. Which means our Rush player is gone. So with that, thank you everyone who tuned in. Next stream will probably be on Friday. Paco, yes, feel free to DM me with whatever you have going on. For the rest of the week, be looking towards either deck profiles on the new decks, or a tier list, or maybe my normal monster video. I have to figure out when exactly I'm publishing all of these things. Thank you everyone for watching, and I will see you next time.